Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I hope you're all doing well. We're continuing to trail the dawn today. Dome. It's the Dome Depot in the back. We're headed there to pick up some supplies, of course. Welcome in everybody. Thanks so much for your patience. I had to delay this stream by a day same as the last one. I'm taking sleep meds to counteract the ADHD meds. And you know what? Sometimes just can't get to sleep. So I don't want to start a stream super tired. So if I feel like we're not going to have a good rest beforehand, that's why I push the stream back sometimes. So I appreciate the understanding. I'm in a challenging predicament. Down here on the bottom of the earth is I stream at 7 in the morning. Usually, you know, for a lot of people that might stream just during the day or in their evenings in the northern hemisphere, not much of a problem. It's just a little bit different for me. I gotta wake up and lock in, you know? This is the only time I wake up at 7 a.m. and start playing video games immediately, you know? Time zones and streams. But I'm always happy to be here. I just want to make sure I feel good when we get it started. But we've got Grahatia with us. And we're about to go right into a dome. Check out the Shadow Realm over there. I'm excited to continue. I think this was a good point to stop, as we're kind of reforming unofficially our 7th Scions. Except we're missing a couple. We're missing a couple. To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We'll have but one attempt, so you'd best make it count. We have our plan. Now let's finish this train and blast our way into the dome. We'll make this plan work, see if we don't. And I hope Namaka is safe. Everyone's so excited to blow up a train, and Erenville has his focus in the right place, I would dare say. I gotta eat some of these. I gotta eat some of these someday. Thank you. Hey, delicious. A nice fresh pizza to go with all of my really cold ones. How many hours do I have in Final Fantasy XIV? What's the code again? There you go. Playtime, 33 days, 10 hours, 28 minutes. For the people that need to do some quick maths, that's 802 hours. Kate sends me a pizza and immediately DCs. Half of a Monster Hunter. And for me, this is like half, this is like a third of a Destiny. I've played Destiny 1 and 2 together for like a total of probably like 4,000 hours or something. So it's like almost a quarter of Destiny, probably. The Destiny series. 3,000 to 4,000. That was my MMO. That was mine. That was my addiction. In high school, I said I'll never get into World of Warcraft because I hear all the horror stories about the addicts. And then my babysitter one time was getting real upset because she couldn't raid because the laptop kept overheating. I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm gonna go turn on my PlayStation 2 and play Kingdom Hearts and be free of worry, and I'll never get addicted to an online video game. And then Destiny came out, and that was my World of Warcraft. I'll never play an extraction shooter. That's not my type of game. And then Marathon came out. Bungie just do that to me, I think. I'll be like, I'll never play this type of game. I'll never play a what's that genre? The video game novel. what do they call that? Visual novels. I'll never play a visual novel. And then Bungie will do one. And then apparently I'll play it. Well, I'm glad you could all make it. Nuked servers aside. So we can get on this train. We're gonna have to fit together a bit of an A, a bit of a B in terms of our team. Okay. I throw out the invites, and if you're awake enough to accept them, you're in. Putting plans into locomotion. Your plan is set, but Grahatir is not without reservations. I'm already playing a visual novel right now. Do you know how much reading I have to do in my video games normally? While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Zerulja will not strike Tuliolo in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tuliolo, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Tuliolo in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zerulja, at least until Tuliolo has shored up its defenses. Yeah, let's get a dome of our own for defense, right? Right, we'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us. During which time, Kawana will find a way to fortify Tuliolo. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a game out there that will topple Destiny for me, and like Final Fantasy XIV would be that game. But like the difference I think between Final Fantasy XIV and Destiny for me is Destiny was like playing everything all of the time, like running so many activities, doing a lot of the PvP, doing a lot of like optional stuff, and just playing it in my downtime a lot, you know? And I really like playing Final Fantasy XIV, but I don't do that for this as much. Like sometimes I've done like my society dailies and the journal and do some other things, but there's a lot I don't do in the game, and I don't play it like super regular. I'm working my way through the main quest, which is amazing, and it's different, I think, because it's being streamed. Like, if I wasn't streaming it, I'd probably be playing it a lot more, obviously, because I would have caught up ages ago and probably done a lot of other stuff. It's the weird balance of, like, recording, like, doing content for a game versus just playing it in your own time. Like, I can be so fast when it's not being recorded, because there's so much more that goes into it. Like doing a lot of reading out loud, scheduling the right time. I don't play this every single day. I don't know if I could stream this every single day, if people would be able to show up, let alone catch up with the streams. But yes, in the fallout of Destiny, you've got a lot of people trying to find other places to go, like Warframe or Division. There's even a single-player game, I think, that looks very inspired by some Destiny combat that I've got on my wish list, which looks pretty cool. I've considered checking it out at some point. I need to remember what it's called. I think it's on my wish list. There's even a funny situation where there are people that looked at the game and said, oh, it's literally got copy-pasted Destiny animations in it. And what was funny about that is they actually responded and they said, no, we actually created this animation first. So Destiny had a bit of a, I guess they paid a little reference, had a bit of a homage, acknowledging that game and its similarities. It's in my wish list somewhere. But it looks pretty cool. I've seen it before at one of the game shows. One of them. This is when I find out my wish list is bigger than I thought as well. So I'm like, okay, it just doesn't exist. Guys, I have Gang of Dragon in my... Hey guys, I have Gang of Dragon in my Steam wish list. Do you reckon that game's coming out? I can't find it. Which means maybe I forgot to add it to my wish list. There's a game out there that might scratch a Destiny itch. And that's all I'll say. Any plans for streams after finishing Final Fantasy XIV? Well, Twix, that's the fun part. You don't finish Final Fantasy XIV. My plans are to get caught up on this expansion before the next one releases in January of next year. We will be playing the Evercold expansion as it comes out as well, which will be really exciting. So there's still a lot of content to come. There's also a lot of optional non-story content. Well, non-story, I say. That's stupid. Optional content, like role quests, doing other jobs, and their job quest lines, stuff like that. Definitely plan to keep playing the game. But once we get to a point where we're kind of comfortable and we've gotten through the content that's like released, I've been considering taking this group into Final Fantasy XI, because I'm like, what better time, what better situation than to take the people that are currently here for Final Fantasy XIV, and if anyone here has also wanted to go through FF11, we're hopping in and we can go through that. I think that'll be fun. It's an idea. It'll give a chance for people who maybe have been thinking about playing it to jump in here, or for people that already love it to come along the way. And then I can finally experience the first Final Fantasy MMO. Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Succession. Would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete modifications to the train? Of course. What sort of craftsmen did you have in mind? Let's see now. Yes, Final Fantasy XI was their first MMO, and 14 is their second. It's crazy to think that that's 3 mainline games apart, but it's also like a decade apart almost in time. Yeah, like, part of me is hoping that the Final Fantasy XI will get a much, much better free trial, similar to what Final Fantasy XIV has, so all of us can kind of maybe do that. But I think there's also some form of discount involvement if you have a 14 subscription as well. We'll figure it out when we get there. It'll probably change by the time I even get to 14. But yeah, that'll be fun. Star Wars The Old Republic is the other MMO. I think that could be a really fun time to do on a stream. Even then, maybe I should try doing MMO offline. I think the only thing that really works about it with the live stream component the best is people being able to play live alongside me, which is a great time to like schedule it instead of if I'm playing it offline and recording it, being like, is anyone here? What? Who knows? Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'll be over in an instant if they manage to get just one good hit in the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers used lightning-based weapons, so I have a mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? The fellow with a fetish for formalities, or Wook-Evu. I love that we could either say his name or a fetish for formalities. Yeah, that guy who wants to be like whipped and flayed if he gets the name wrong. You mean Wook-Evu. While he has his quirks, there's no questioning his carpentry. A master carpenter from Okano, eh? If they'd be willing, we'd be glad to have him. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task? Buckle, Jaja. Never mind. Perhaps Zermawer can help. Yeah, Fongentain. Hey, Fongentain, would you like to pick up the heavy shit? Zermawer would be perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yokoi, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. That is true. I should have thought about the Yokoi before Bakul. You're friends with the Yokoi? I'll be damned. Will not want for strength with help like that. I love when I completely lose the accent to start and I have to find it again. That's great. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's borrow guns from Kawana for everyone. Ballisters on the train. Big ones. Ballisters, eh? While they be powerful, it seems to me it'd take too long to reload between shots. Let a man dream. No, laser ballisters. Get lasers on them. If there was some sort of ballister that could reload quickly, then that might work, but weapons ain't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Graha says, I invented the Spartan laser from Halo 3 and I will be wearing it on my shoulder. The Crystarium employed aetheric cannons for its defenses, and I see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for your train. While I did not conceive them myself, I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fongentain can help with. What are the materials we need? Crystal... The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to ether. To power the cannon, we will require fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be as the miners over at the springs can help with that. Then if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. So naive of me to think that I wouldn't be having to do any work here. And we'd just have a working train after a cut to black, you know? In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shenzo's in charge of our supplies, so it might be a good time to talk to him about it first. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. Welcome in, by the way, Lara. Sorry that I missed your message. I've been awake for an hour, so it's a good day so far. We'll see how we go for the rest of it. But I hope you're having a good day too. And Sid, if you're still kicking around, hello and welcome. The plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Dawntrail. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shenza over to the southeast. Saying like the Old Republic worth playing offline is kind of a good thing, I guess, because this game is also pretty similar with some group content that you can work your way through. I just like the element of being able to play alongside some people that are here as well. So if I choose to play Old Republic, hopefully we'd have some people that would be able to jump into the stream that don't watch 14, and they'll be able to join a party, do some content. I have no idea how the game will work and how the game will play, but if it plays anything like Knights of the Old Republic in terms of a lot of dialogue and stuff like that, then it might be something worth playing offline. It'll probably be similar to 14, I'd expect, with a lot of single-player-ish dialogue moments, but then gameplay and group content in between. But I would like to experience it, finally, you know? That being said, though, I won't lie. That being said, there's part of me that wants to play the Star Wars Galaxies MMO a little bit more, and there are ways to play that game. People have, like, there's servers for that around. There's part of me that kind of wants to do the Star Wars Galaxies MMO instead, which was their first MMO. I might do that. I might figure it out. Who knows? It could be like this really fun situation where I end up going to Final Fantasy XI and Star Wars Galaxies, like these MMOs that existed when I was a kid, and I was like looking at them being like, I don't have a computer for that. I'm just gonna play on my PS2. You know, sounds cool, but I just don't have the capacity to be able to play that. But I always kind of wanted to, you know? Revisiting my childhood era of MMOs that I missed. When is the RuneScape stream gonna start? Apocalypse plays RuneScape for the first time? Right, time to put my knowledge gained in the first to use. Buddy, that's what you've been doing. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals, though. Might be best if you spoke directly with a miner. Can I leave that to you? Great. You're friends with Yate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Personally, the modern RuneScape has zero appeal to me, but the classic RuneScape does because it looks so, because of the way it looks. It looks so silly, but in a charming way. It's just like that low graphical style, I think, actually is to its benefit. The modern one, I'm like, well, where's the source? Where's the source at? I've never touched any Guild Wars. And haven't played Ultimate either. A bad case of the Blue Devils. I need this ether current. Hey you, traveler. You came here down the Dawntrail trail, right? Happened to see a woman on the road? Maybe nursing a limp, a sore head, or some such? No sign, huh? I work here at the refinery, and it seems I now have a problem. It's a friend of mine, Kayamine. She set out for Tuliolo not long back, but only a Ronek returned, pulling an empty wagon. Was thinking the animal just got spooked by something. Sent Kayamine sprawling in the dust and hightailed it back here. But if you didn't see her, say, you couldn't go take another look, could you? I'd go myself, but I'm 2 hands down as it is. Thanks, friend. She was taking a cargo of ceruleum to the Tuliolo trailhead. You know the way, right? Just take the road southeast from town. She'll be somewhere along it. If you find her, tell her to get her hide back here as quick as she can. We've got work to do. I don't think I've touched any EverQuest either. We've got 2 left to find here. Had to go to the east. 1,000 yalms to the east. And then 2 blue quests, one of which we're doing. The other one... Oh my god, no. Oh my god, no. What do you mean? What do you mean unattuned? What do you mean? Oh. What do you mean? I thought we were past that time in my life. I thought we were past that time in my life. How long's it been? How long's it been since I forgot to unattune to a big crystal? We're so back. Ah, finally. You don't know how good it is to see a friendly face. Oh boy, what if I'm not friendly? See this eye patch? Stompe sent you. Gods, he's gonna dock my pay, isn't he? Well, at least the Ronek and the wagon made it back. A good thing it all happened after I dropped off the ceruleum, too. Don't want to think how much the company would charge me if I lost the load. Maybe that's what the beast was after. Oh, I didn't tell you about the beast, did I? I was just out from the trailhead when it sprang up on us out of nowhere. Naturally, my Ronek bolted. Managed to hold on this far, but I eventually lost my grip and took a dirt bath. Still, it could have been worse. At least I didn't break anything. And it was you that found me, not the beast. Speaking of, you didn't see it on your way down, did you? Horrible blue blobby thing? Hey, what's that over there? Horrible blue blobby thing. Is it a flan? This is very dramatic. Whoa, there it is. Finally, I saw it. Just like that. Oh gods, it's the beast. It's found me. Doesn't look like no flan I've ever seen before. Where's its eyes? Now, it was a lot more aggressive down by the trailhead, I swear. Why isn't it attacking? I guess it took one look at you and lost its appetite. What's going on? Thanks, partner. I've lived here my whole life and never seen anything like that blue blob before. But others have. I heard about them from my fellow tappers. Like ceruleum with skin, they said. Started showing their ugly faces a few years back, prowling around by the wells. They reported it to the foreman, but they weren't interested. The way they consider it, so long as we've got all our limbs attached, the blob's aren't a threat. But they damn well better change their minds about them now. If it's not enough that one of their best employees could have been killed, they could have lost a wagon load of ceruleum. Say, Omega, would you come back to the company offices with me? They can't wave it away so easily if both of us are telling the same story. It's very hilarious for her to ask this of me, because so far, all I have to go on is, you know, her word and my eyewitness account, which is, yeah, there was a blue blob there on the road, and then it went away. I'm not saying I don't believe you, girl. I have not seen it in action, though. You know? That's a blob. I'm in the same camp as the other guys at the moment, sadly. Thank you kindly. Come on, then, let's head back to Shishinawezi Springs. For all I know, you're using the blue blob as a cover to offload that ceruleum to another buyer, to a rival company. I should be good without the ride for now, because I still gotta go back to town and chuck this guy in there, but I'll take you up on that offer once this is done. The Final Fantasy XV car actually, for some reason, isn't too out of place here, because it just makes me think of Sydney. Dear sweet girl Sydney. Working on the car, on the regalia. Home at last. For a moment there, I didn't think I'd ever see the old place again. And I can tell you right now, I'm not taking another wagon out until the company tells me exactly what they're gonna do to protect their precious employees from those rotten blobs. Are you with me? Blue devils, you say? Blue devils. Blue devils, you say? Any ether currents involved in them blue devils? No? You know what? Hate to say it to you. Very enticing questline. I would actually like to. I would like to get to the mystery of the blue blobs. Actually, I like it when there is an ether current quest that has a follow-up, or I'm like, I actually want to do that. But regardless, the outcome is still the same. See you later. Thank you kindly. Whoa, big crystal. Remember to attune to those. Makes sense, actually. I remember now. We literally came in here and then pretty much just like left, kept doing the main quest. We did not spend too much time here. Ronek Seeker. Well met. Well met, traveler. Have you perhaps seen a Ronek calf around here? I spotted a youngster south of Lake Tuari. It seemed they'd gotten separated from their kin. With all the hungry fiends that roam the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone to protect it. The thing is, I'm just not cut out to defend it from any would-be predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? They ought to be somewhere to the south of the lake. Somewhere I haven't gone yet. The Pyarionan Plain. Swimming. Where's my swimming mounts at? Let me take a sweet little dive underwater. I'm sure there's some nice stuff down there. Like that log. Yeah, if I had flight, it would be fine, but I do not. So I gotta swim the long way. Live looks fine for me on this end. One more to find in my travails, and it is 502 yalms to the south. I just don't think that that zone is an underwater zone as well, right? Not every zone has an underwater element, right? Whoa. The outjaw. Broible! Look at this guy. That's a big Namazu. It's Namazu, right? That's the name? Yes. For countless generations, Sholini grandmothers have told tales of a Namazu elemental, the Outjaw, who could sense the lies of wicked children with their whiskers and would come in the night to swallow whole those who told the most untruths. As it would turn out, there was a truth in those tales. The Outjaw. I love the Namazu, they're so good. Grub! Glurb! Breaking the jaw. Breaking the jaw, breaking the jaw. Where's my, I got one somewhere. There he is. Half cat, half fish, all fish. My lovely Lanosean short hair. Mobius being my casual minion supplier. Cat. The cat, boy's cat. You can dive in this lake. Okay. What's the control for it? Because I guess I forget every time. I thought it was like if I hold down jump, you go down, right? All minions have dialogue if you mouse over their big icon on the right. Excuse me? Oh! What? Hey, what? There's no finer feel than that of a chocobo between your legs. Hey, who's writing this shit? Who's writing this shit? That's a terrible fun fact to give me, because I'm gonna have to try and not look at them all immediately. What the hell? What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. Honey, you can smother me any day. Don't worry about it. You don't have to devour me. Though that could be alright too. The lost Ronek calf eyes you expectantly. I got a Ronek calf with me now. Let's make him travel to the southeast for this ether current. The mounts as well. You are implying that the Illuminati are aware of this temporal disruption? Do they truly believe it makes them look more imposing, or are they merely compensating for something? La lie. Can't believe it doesn't say, I've come up with a new recipe. Sorry, Ronak Calf, you're about to get more lost than you were before. Here, while we're running to destinations, we'll now have to fit in minion reading time. I can't believe it just says something. Something. Say something. Something. Do you think that's got to be the joke, right? Someone like they get the cloud minion and they're like, say something. Something. Not a boy, an android. So there's androids, which are machines, but also other machines, and also... I saw a flash of red... Oh. I saw a flash of red in that instant. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi. Thancred. You don't need a reason. You hover over Zidane, and it just says... Final Fantasy IX Remake not happening. And you go, what? You say, what? But the NVIDIA leak from 6 years ago told me. The NVIDIA leak from the 1900s told me. We've traveled too far. Traveled too far. Holy. Get in. Guys, we gotta. We got one of those. We gotta. We gotta get. Who wants to fight an A rank? Big old horned chameleon. Who wants to fight one? Yeah, like the leak for it is absolutely real. And I don't think it's cancelled either. I just think it's stalled. I believe. The thing is about that NVIDIA leak is the NVIDIA leak is undoubtedly true because of the amount of games that were on that leak that have become real, you know? There was a lot of stuff in there. Final Fantasy Tactics Remake, or Final Fantasy Tactics was included in that, by the way, and we did get the remaster for that. That was part of that leak. It's about to get landed on by a hunt trait. Yeah, I think it's a shame because it seems that Final Fantasy IX is a bit cursed because it seems that they were preparing for the anniversary with like an animated series as well as a game remake, and then just both of those things have failed to come to fruition. Very unfortunate. Alright, everyone here? I don't see any more mounts flying in from the distance, do I? Who's that over there? One more mount flying in from the distance, I see. I love this game's draw distance sometimes, like with like that you can. I see a mount out there in the distance coming over. I love that you can see him from so far away. All right, skies are clear. I'm attacking. Okay, what the fuck? He splooged on me. He splooged on me and he got me. Oh, he's gonna get me again. Oh my days. Gotta lock it. Oh. Hey. So, turns out I just wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for the A rank. I'm not locked into fighting. I'm locked into getting materials for a train. I need to pay attention to what this move is, because he moves and then the thing happens. So, he goes, my breath. And then he's going to do body press, which is going to kill me. And then he moves, and then he's going to charge, right? So he goes, boom, and then he does that. Yeah, okay. I forget that the A rank is... He just rinse and repeats the same moves. That's what you have to do. I just was not paying attention to that. I forgot. So he does poison gas, then he's going to do body slam, then he's going to charge into a distance, and then he's going to do that other attack. Cool. So now he goes charge, and then you want to be where he ends up with the charge, so that you don't get killed. See that? That's gaming. That's real life gaming. There it is. And then you interrupt him, but I don't have an interrupt, so that's up to somebody else. And then he's going to do the fart gas. He goes fart gas time. So make sure that you don't get poisoned. We're almost dead. Now he's going to do the body press. And then he's going to charge. And then you want to be where he charges. No! No! Alright. Oh my god. The left face. The left face. And I was locked in. And I knew what was coming too. He hit me with the left face. He hit me with the left face. He hit me with the left face. Mad Phoenix down time. No, we got this. We got this. We can do anything together. This team is capable. The range on that is unreal though, hey. The range on that is crazy. The poison gas is pretty brutal. I actually don't know how to avoid the poison gas. I think that might be the one that's... I don't know if we can. It's just, it does a lot of damage. You guys gotta pay attention to the charge. Once you know that the charge is happening, you gotta get there. You gotta get there immediately. He's gonna do gas, he's gonna do body slam, he's then gonna charge, and then you gotta be where he charges. Easy peasy. It ain't never been more easy. And I'm back in the fight. Yeah, I don't know how to avoid the fart gas. I think I'm just going to try and run away. I'm just going to see how far away I can go from it. Holy fuck. No way. Okay. So that's just crazy. Yeah. Wow. Alright, so the poison gas is kind of... You just have to survive that shit. Do not left... No, left face! Dude, what is... Oh my god. It's the left face. It's the poison gas that's gonna get you. So you have to, when you get hit with left, right, face, whatever, I have to position myself on that side of his charge to then end up in the middle. That's the challenging part about that. And now I'm dead. Fuck, I hadn't even done anything yet. I thought I was going to survive because I hadn't done an action. Hey, we're almost there. We're almost there, and I've done so much. I've done such a good job. I was here. I thought we were gonna kill it before it did the jump. We didn't. All that for 40 sacks of nuts. Was it worth it? GG's. High wind all the way over there. Super flawless. It didn't get any more flawless than that. Alright, now I gotta go get this Ronek calf. Scarlet tail feather. Why is my Phoenix down not working? I should buy some more Phoenix downs. I've got a few. Take you home. Let's get you home, Ronek calf. Oh, that's part of it, is it? Oh, that's part of it, is it? Oh, that's part of it. How dare you get my calf with a water cannon? This poor cat minion running for its life as the Ronek calf tries to grab it. We are indeed so close to 99, aren't we? We are so close. We're almost there. Once I get to 100 on the Dragoon, we'll be switching to Dark Knight for the remainder. Actually, yeah, because we're at 98 on both, so I should be able to... I'll be fine to do the 98 quests. Because what are we at? We're at level 96 quest line. Ah, there you are. You return the calf. What a relief to see the head so unarmed. You'd be surprised how often Ronek calves go astray. In most cases, they fall prey to some fiend, but such is the way of nature. Though if you manage to get there before the fiends and raise a calf from a young age, they make for excellent beasts of burden. I'm not suggesting I'd go as far as to kill a calf's parents to single one out, yet I do make a point of trying to rescue any stragglers I happen across. The way I see it, that's as much of a part of nature as any fate a Ronek could meet. Thank you, Traveler, for bringing this one back safe and sound. I shall do my utmost to care for it. I thought that they would just, you know... Sometimes they refer to monsters as fiends here and there, but it seems that that's just what they call them more often than not, which is very cool. Very Final Fantasy X. I actually love them being called fiends over like traditional like monsters. I just think fiends just it sounds so cool. More uncommon of a phrase. Maybe once we get to 99, actually, I'll swap to Dark Knight and we'll go back and then get that level. Just kind of edge them both to 100. Oh, Omega, what brings you around these parts? I'm here for materials and supplies. The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before, but what was that about? And there it is, level 99 Dragoon. And then I'll say, let me switch to that Dark Knight. So we're at level 98. The level 98 grind begins again. Except I'll have to get dressed for the occasion, of course. What is a weapon glam that I could have that fits the vibe? I don't know. This will do it for now. Whoa, we're gonna be flying. We're gonna be flying in the Wild West soon. A hot commodity. A way to obtain fire crystals is on the tip of Yate's tongue. Now I remember. Cerulean Alice. You can find them to the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest Analis. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing why Erenville thinks so highly of you. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I think this weapon is a fine fit. Just in case, though. Is there a way to have it, like, not naked by default? Just constantly flashing. Oh yeah, that's me in my underwear. It's a cool sword. I don't think it fits though. You know? It doesn't fit the vibe as much. The design of it feels... Like I said, I think when I was looking at this, I'm like, this looks like raid weaponry, you know? I'm like, what are you putting in this? What are you putting in these things? What are you putting in this demonic items? And sadly, it's not stronger than what I've already got. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the cerulean, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not as often you see the bigger dominating sort, and that's what you need. What you have to do is hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat. That's known to draw out their leader. Oh, I'll be a threat, alright. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. The world themes just get so good. Like, they're always good, but I just feel like they just keep getting better. There's just so many good ones. I'll just continue to be grateful that we get so many good ones, you know? It's not like one overworld theme per expansion in the way that there's one battle theme. I do love that the areas are appropriately themed for a night and a day theme. I feel like this is going to be one of my favorites. This is absolutely going to be one of my favorites. Yeah, that's right, you keep running. You turn around with your jiggly ass and keep running. I don't know why your ass is animated to jiggle like that, but it does. Ah, Dark Knight, my beloved, you return to me. By my side all this time, my guiding dark light. Whoa. Ooh wee, we found one. All I can say is, like, all I've learned about the Final Fantasy XIV community at large in terms of, like, opinions is very varied, right? Very varied. But a lot of people seem to, you know, end up on some sort of baseline of Stormblood, you know, isn't that good? They're like, you know, Heaven's Ward, amazing. Then get through Stormblood, and then you get to Shadowbringers, greatest of all time, and then Endwalker, woo! And then Dawntrail, and I just disagree. I just disagree. Stormblood probably had some of my favorite content in the whole game, story-wise. And then Dawntrail has just been so much fun. And I love the differences in our areas of Jacques Terral and Tuliolal. The music's fucking great. I love the characters. I love the story change. It's such a fitting little sidestep away from I'm the hero who has to save all of time and space for a bit, you know? Missing out. And I think, like, in terms of, like, needing to rank things, of being like, is this better than Endwalker? Is this better than this? Is it better than that? it gets to a point where like it kind of gets away from the point, you know? I don't think there's obviously an element of like quality and entertainment and enjoyment of like you want to maintain that consistency, but you don't want to be constantly needing to succeed what came before it. You don't need to like elevate and constantly be like, this has to be better and better and better. Like it can still be good and still be like the same. But if you're forcing yourself into a situation where you need to keep like scaling things up for it to be better and better and better, well, you enter the realm of unrealistic expectation real quick in an MMO with a whole bunch of different expansions, you know? Because sometimes you have to change things up for the story, and that might mean it's not better. Because Endwalker, like Shadowbringers and Endwalker is like a duology with that expansion is so huge and so massive that I've said this already, but the appropriate thing is not to follow it up with bigger and better. Because there is an ebb and there is a flow. You have to take us down a notch to take us back up there again, you know? It just feels like I can acknowledge that something feels appropriate from a storytelling perspective. Yeah, with the mention of like Dawntrail flipping between 10 out of 10 and 1 out of 10 for people, that's an unfortunate situation that we've been finding ourselves in more and more. It's kind of always been a thing in terms of like fan opinion and stuff. Like there are people that get mad at something and they just they can't rank things with nuance or like any sort of depth, and it's just something is like a 1 out of 10 because it made them upset, or 10 out of 10 because it's the greatest, most perfect thing ever. And it's like there's 8 other numbers in there in that scale, right? The point of out of 10 is you can adjust that scale, my guy. And there's a lot of people that, you know, if they just didn't like something, or if there's something about it they don't like, it's bottom. 1 out of 10 to the absolute bottom. And it's always crazy how you see that, because that's a review or a rating that's filled with rage. You know, that's an angry review. It's not a thought out review. It's a this shit sucks. It's 1 out of 10. And there are absolutely 1 out of 10s out there. But when you see stuff that you look at ratings charts and you see like the 10s and 1s have like the most pull all the time. And that's the really upsetting thing, that for the most part, the people that are on the scale of rating things like 1 out of 10 just to be done with it, it sucks. I wish that, you know, people like that would hold themselves to a higher standard. You know, actually engage with it. Give a proper reason why you didn't like it. But for the most part, people that didn't like something that rate it a 1 out of 10, realistically, that would still only bring it down at least to under 5. But there are people that one thing out of many can completely ruin it in their eyes, and it's the worst thing of all time. And there's no room for discussion or nuance or in between. And we're getting that a lot more with video games lately, that it needs to be some sort of massive 10 out of 10 success to knock it out of the park and be successful. And God forbid it be a 7 or an 8 out of 10, because that means the game is bad. You know what I mean? Like, there are people that perceive like a 7 out of 10 as bad, but I'm like, there's 6 other numbers below that. I think that we're spoiled. I think that we're so heavily spoiled on media because there's so much of it available to us. And we're so spoiled by things that are good that we're constantly comparing it, and everything is a death by comparison. You just got to allow breathing room for a story to be told. Yeah, if people have like actual criticisms, of course, always willing to actually hear out and listen to actual thought out criticisms, because that's like, you know, that's good conversation and good engagement to have, instead of, oh, this shit sucks. And I'm like, why does it suck? It just does, man. The agenda, you know, it sucks. And I'm like, what agenda? The one that's made up in my head. It sucks. There's been some pacing issues. I think that arriving to the gates of the Golden City was the most egregious one, where I just went, we're just glossing over that, huh? And we're just leaving. We find the most crazy discovery that we could, and we don't get to bask in it for a while. We just, all right, let's go back to the inn and rest. Riley, I have a small interest in Warframe, but I'm scared of the commitment. I got commitment issues with Warframe. I just don't want to get any expectations up, because I just don't see it happening. As much as I think it could be really cool, there's just so much on my to-do list already that I've struggled to get to, you know? So that's something that would be a little more difficult, because I don't know how I would handle Warframe. It would probably also be something that could be on a stream, but I think I would probably get to Star Wars The Old Republic, Final Fantasy XI, you know, stuff like that before that, and then by the time I get through those, I'll probably be 70 years old, so it might be hard to do. I know that there's some elements of Warframe that appeal to the Destiny gamers, and there's some elements of Division that appeal to the Destiny gamers. Personally, I think I'm pretty keen on Division 3 as my potential Destiny replacement when Division 3 comes out. But we'll see. I didn't really get into Division 2 that much. The first Division I really like. I really loved the first Division. And there was always a part of me that wished that they never did like a 2, and they just kept building on the first one. Because 2 did not grab me the same way. Amazing. You dealt with the beast in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shenza? I'll see that he gets it. We have impressed Yate. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of Elena Sheepa. I don't know how to say that. Anyway, I'd best be on my way, and you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Wook Lamont heading for the station. I'm gonna need Aaronville to say it to me. Yeah, I think something was needed in that scene of finding the gate, and like a potential tease of a flashback, or just something. I think something that would have been good is maybe when we get there, something pulls us away, you know? Like, we get called up on the Link Pearl. Because what? That didn't happen, did it? It was like, Galul shows up, Papa Bear, and he goes, well done, let's go, you know? Let's get out of here. Maybe if there was like a disaster, something that occurs, a distraction, or something. And then that's where Zerulja takes his opportunity to slip in behind us and do his thing. Yeah, that's the thing. There was no situation that pulled us away from it. There was no sense of urgency. I think if there was something that happened that needed to pull us away, it would have landed better, because it was just kind of, all right, let's go. You see this shit? Look at these blocks. Yeah. I even think that maybe like a part 1 flashback that didn't have the gate open could have been cool to throw in, and then there would have been like a part 2 that shows the gate opening sequence. Just something in there. Yeah, I like this. I understand that there's obviously a space element. Space magic part with the Destiny appeal. Like, Warframe is the space magic enjoyers, and then I think Division also has like that sort of the guns and grounded element to that. But I really liked the Dark Zone. I guess that was like my first taste of an extraction shooter in that sense of like having the PvP zones. I still think about the Division reveal. I think that was like, what, E3 2013 or something like that. The Division reveal still sticks in my mind. And even though that's not entirely what the game turned out to be, I remember being so sold on that. But no, you didn't have to wait for that gate at all, because we're still in the main expansion, so didn't have to wait. That was back in the day where, during the Division reveal, where the character is in cover on a car, and as you're like going across the car, like puts his hand out and shuts the door, and everyone was going, whoa! You know, this was when your character interacting with the environment in small ways like that just wasn't really happening. And that happens a lot more now. But it was stuff like that of like your character feeling a part of the environment and being able to like close a door with like a hand animation, stuff like that. But like that was one of like the highlights. I remember people being like, whoa, you didn't shut the door. These are like the small things that, you know, have happened over the past, you know, decade and such of, oh, video games haven't changed much at all. And I'm like, they really have in so many ways. We're just very much past the graphical leaps and bounds of like PlayStation 1 to PS2. You know, we're now in the refinement stage of adding stuff like that. Taken care of the crystals, have you? Things proceed apace here too. Sometimes the procedural animations can get a bit much. Like, sometimes they're really good when done right, and then there's other times where like a character will interact with too many things. I've seen like the opposite thing happen. I can't remember which game it is. There's a few of them though with the procedural animation that like were constantly like touching everything that they walk past. Like, I'm touching this wall and I'm touching this door and I'm walking past my hands and, you know, doing stuff. And I'm like, nobody's touching shit that often when they don't need to. Like, you walk close to something because it's like an automatic, your hand just goes to it. So it's not a perfect system, but sometimes when it's done tastefully, it can. Yeah, I'll talk on that in a second, Living Sun. That's a big topic. Shenza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it. I'm idle for a moment, and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Erenville. We'll be on our way soon and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. All of those extra hands. Yeah, Sony has completely botched the PlayStation 5 this generation for so many different reasons. But I feel like we might get voice acting here, so hold on a second. There's a lot of characters. There's probably going to be voice acting. You know what? Never mind. You know what? Never mind. It's all up to me. Never mind. Alright, hold on. Look how many people are here. Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tuliolal, I had been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Valkuana, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. And Fontaine nods. He's trying to be me. I've inspired him with my strong neck muscles. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gerfaler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Yes, let's get to it. Whoa, they're doing that again. Whoa, whoa! We're getting hit with the lyrics. I feel like this cutscene has done Alice dirty, because Alice would not be holding like 3 piles of timber and calling it a day. Alice would be like holding too much where she struggles. And she'd be like, no, no, I got it. There's a cute little montage. I liked the campfire moment. Oh my god, the Dawntrail. Look. It's a very wholesome way to show the passage of time. It's actually really sweet, to be honest. Because you do not get enough of this stuff, you know? You don't get to see this. Look, like, that's adorable. Look, me and Graha are talking. Erenville and Alice are sleeping. That's so fun. Yeah, we don't get enough of stuff like that, you know? That's really cool. I like that they show us the passage of time, you know? It's not like, oh, we'll go to sleep and then fade to black, and then it's like, and we're here a couple of days later. So that's really, I like that. That's cool. But, I liked that song with the lyrics when it played the first time, because I think that actually was like this fitting, like, vocal celebration thing that felt very, like, in that scene where it played, I'm like, this feels like, you know, that victory celebration that you have at the end of a Final Fantasy game in that setting. So the music was fitting there. I don't know if it fit as well here, at least with the lyrics, but I do really like this scene. Just like little bits and pieces that you don't get to see super often. Like, I'll say that the Erenville and Alice having a nap side by side was very cute. And yes, they are making a bomb, but you have to think about the context of what they're making it for, right? It's some sort of like people coming together to face, you know, something that's very large and unknown, that's also threatening their home. So it's like this banding together of community and people, because otherwise they're gonna die. Yeah, it's less about we're making a bomb train and more about the strength of community. All right, everyone, that'll do it. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons and have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Whoa, fucking Xehanort. Who invited Xehanort to the train bomb building party? We got Sephiroth getting knorted over here. Hear, hear. We love Taral and we love you, Val Wooklamat. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This is I promise. This I promise. I can read. I can read. I have speech capabilities. Yeah. Who's this? Who invited shirtless Sephiroth from the end of Final Fantasy VII? Who invited him? I think that this should have been a voiced cutscene because it felt like it was going to be at the start. I went, oh, everyone's here, so I'll stop yapping, and then they didn't. Oh my, ah. Got a sleepy dog walking in here with funny little ears. I can sort of understand an urgency thing, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, because they can't just, I guess, make something happen. Like, there has to be some sort of, like, work to figure it out. And Wooklamat has kind of explained the element of, like, no, he'll want me to come to him. And I think, like, what was that? Like, 2 days of work? Whoa. What was that, like 2 days of work? I don't think Zeruja is like, you have, 12 hours to do something, so I think that's fine. Like, they've got a plan, they've got to put it together. They're not going to be able to just walk up to the door and knock on it, I guess, And who knows, maybe this plan of attack will impress the guy. We'll have to find out. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. Whoa. Yeah, I'll go rest up, all right. Wow, in the sky. Who needs a train? I'll just fly to the dome. All right, and off I go. Flying to the dome. Yeah, my Buster Sword stand-in before the real one finally gets this way. Oh yeah. Welcome in, Rosen. I don't personally feel that there's been like less voice acting in this expansion, though. I will say that much. Like, there's still been plenty. It feels consistent because there's a lot of unvoiced stuff in all of the expansions. And there's been moments in every expansion where I've felt, hey, this should be voiced. I'm like, this should be voiced. And it's not. Is that a mod? No. This is just a sword in the game. It's not actually a Buster Sword. It's just a big old sword. This is what is it? Just a default. Just one of these guys. Cobalt Tungsten Guillotine. I do not play Final Fantasy XIV with mods because I stream the game, so maybe I'd get in trouble. I don't know. All aboard! Despite his fatigue, there is an undeniable air of satisfaction about Warlicker. Warlicker. From here on out, we won't stop working until the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. But the boarding call will come before you know it. Okay, time to get our affairs in order. I appreciate that, Rosen. Thank you for that. It's good to keep, I think, the thoughts and discussion for like when they happen in the stream and when I experience it, so we can be safe from spoilers. Wait for the engineers to finish working on the train. I think in terms of the music, right? Not every song can be a banger, you know? In any game. Sometimes there are some songs that are just there, and sometimes there are ones that are not so good.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
And here we go.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Okay. If this is voice acted...
Finished at last!
If this is voice acted, the last scene should have definitely been voice acted, though, you know?
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
El Dorado. On the trail we blaze. On the Dawntrail we blaze.
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
Very well.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
Well, first thing I noticed is those chairs for the balusters, for those etheric cannons, they look a little uncomfy. No cushion in there, no back support. Like, what about the recoil? It blew me right off this cheap wooden stool. That's my only concern about this bomb train that we're gonna blow up. The chairs. Why aren't the chairs on the cannons comfortable? Make them comfortable. And also, where's my Elton John soundtrack cameo where you make him to a Final Fantasy XIV rendition of On the Trail We Blaze. Yeah, that's right. Elton John did the soundtrack for El Dorado. That's right, it's a banger. Miguel and Tulio. Let's go. No. This is not his first voice line this expansion. He's spoken already in a scene or two. So not his first line. It's a shame we have to blow her up. That animation.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board.
Invisible bomb
It
train.
should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Invisible spell. Vanish. Nah, Wallaker is absolutely a Sam Elliott stand-in. It's so Sam Elliott coded. Whoa.
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Awesome.
Here we go.
And also, Rosen, you will get your Buster Sword glam, by the way. It'll be here sometime next year, for sure. Yeah, we're on the train. You gotta switch to your Dark Knight. We're going into Midgar.
No, you don't.
Dude, you have a big gun on your speeder. Why are you shooting me with a different gun?
Switch to firearms!
Surely that's worse. Oh no. Right. They're smart. I thought they wouldn't notice the grounding rods. I thought they'd just keep shooting it. No. I just thought they wouldn't notice. That's the most dramatic jump. I love him. That's got to be me, right? I covered their asses? Yeah, you're damn right I covered their asses. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Erinville, I need you to take over for me.
Take over. Okay, that was sick. baseball batting the bullets, dude. Such good deflection. That dude was going to dive bomb me.
End of the line, everyone!
No broken legs when we jump off, I hope. Jumping off that train. Battering ram cerulean train cannon attack. Imagine that being the opening to FF7 when you're on the train.
That was too close.
You just ride it into the reactor instead. Boom.
Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
A real lack of enemy presence here.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Surely you hit me with a dungeon now, right? Is it a dungeon for our first foray into this place? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a cool name. Vanguard, now accessible. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I'm like, please make it so it's a dungeon for our first look behind the thing. Let's go. Alright, very cool. Yeah, I do have the sound. I have my sound effects lowered because I listen to the music more than just woo, you know. So I tend to let the music shine a little bit more. Well, like we all know what a gun sounds like, and when I'm screaming and doing my abilities, so I have it lower. The rest is up to you now. I can make my own way back, so don't worry about me. Take care and good luck. I'll remain out of sight until the fighting is over. At the risk of repeating myself, try not to do anything reckless. There's no way Zorulja will be able to ignore our explosive entrance. The idea of venturing into enemy territory is daunting, but I believe I'm ready, or as ready as I'll ever be. Just a little further and we'll be inside the dome. We couldn't have made it this far without the train. Let us see to it we go the rest of the way. Alright. Little note for everybody in chat as well. Just a bit of a reminder. It's been a while since I've had to do this, but just a reminder to like keep things in check of like easing up on, look, like this next part's crazy, look forward to this, oh this is going to be amazing, like right before something's about to happen, like we'll just ease up on it a bit, like let me be surprised, let me experience it, instead of like hyping up the expectations a lot for a lot of things. And I know we get excited, I know we can't help ourselves, and we're not going crazy, and you know, I'm not being spoiled or anything like that, but just keep things in check a little bit. Let me experience something first, if that's okay, right? Because it just comes up, it's been coming up a little bit more lately than it has in the past. I just trying to go into things with neutral expectations before I get surprised. Right, now I want to pick a team. I can't see anybody's jobs, so... Who wants to do the dungeon? First 3 people that are here to say yes will get in. And then hopefully we have the right jobs. Okay, Burke is in, Callan's in, Scribbler is in. Alright, done. Done. That's our team. So we'll probably have an A, B, and a C team at this point. Very good. In. Enter the Vanguard with a party of other players. Because the last dungeon that we did, we took our NPCs along, didn't we? Or was that Walk or Zormo? One of these. No, Skydeep was with people. I think it was Walk or Zormo. Oh yeah, don't stress too hard about it. Like I said, like nobody's spoiling anything. You're all okay. I'm just putting out like a little bit of a reminder of like just whenever something good's about to happen, let's wait until it's either happening or happened to start going, this next part coming up's crazy. You know? That's all I'm talking about. Yeah, Walk or Zormo is with NPCs. Zorulja retreats to the dome in Yasulani, but not before laying siege to his home and slaying his own father. This foul deed cannot go unpunished, and so Wuklamart lays plans to pierce the dome and pursue him. To that end, the engineers of Jacques Toral refit their cerulean-powered train christened the Dawnblazer, and after avoiding fire from Zorulja's forces, successfully send it careening into the fortress, bringing the dome with the outside world. Bridging the dome with the outside world. With the path forward now open, the battle for Tuliolal begins as you and your companions take the first bold steps into enemy territory. All right, we back on the tank. These are the types of vibes I expect for weird purple cyberpunk city sort of vibe. I would love it if we walk in here and in the dome it doesn't look anything like the exterior. It's just completely different. Sick. All right. We back. The guitar, dude. Let's go. Vanguard is under attack. Artificial Intelligard is what they're called. Artificial Intelligard. Okay. Terrible name. Alright, just got to adjust to being a tank again, so... Give me a sec. Vanguard Sentry. Oh my god, yeah, this is a good theme. I like it. It slaps, dude. Ah, I forgot to pick minimum item level. But that's okay. We're all good. I mean, it's around the same. I mean, we're pretty much around there anyway, right? I feel like we're pretty much at that level. Enemy sighted. Whoa, they got Tron cycles. It's so purple. Okay. Dude, that guitar riff is so satisfying. God damn. This is a new ability as well. The Scarlet Delirium and Impalement. I haven't had the chance to use much yet. Because I've mostly been playing Dragoon. Oh, cool. Oh my god, we've been seeing the bikes this whole time. They just also turn into speeders. That's so sick. I think the interesting part about this is that there's so much weaponry as well. So very curious about the type of world that Cryo came from. But they were clearly running away from something. Also, you know how there's dwarves in the first. Are they called Lalafels in whatever reflection this is? I don't know. That's another question. Oh my god, wait, it's doing the Final Fantasy, doing the classic Final Fantasy speech bubble. The classic Final Fantasy speech bubble. Extermination Protocol. Beware the wing blade. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Beware the wing blade. All units commence firing. Electro wave. Aerial bombardment. Oh. Redeploying Wingblade. There's potential for you to completely avoid that, but it would be tough. You could just walk in the corner and then it'll be fine. Oh. This is very very Roche coded. Very Roche coded. Fighting Soldier Man on his red motorcycle. Let's push it to the red line. Oh, right. Yeah. Stood in the wrong spot for... I just said, yeah, how about I just tank it? Stood on the wrong spot there. Oh, that death animation is so good. Also, that dude was huge, by the way. That dude was massive. He was as tall as me sitting down. God damn it. Oh, what is it with the... What go... The casters, man. I swear they get the best. They get the marathon sneakers. They get the marathon sneakers. I'm gonna greed the shoes. Hey, I'm gonna greed them because of the universal glam. Engaging defense turrets. Oh. Defense turrets. Oh, hang on. Come over here, you're mine. Universal Glams makes me very happy indeed. So glad that they did that. These turrets look like they should be spherical, but they look like they're stretched a little. You guys are a little wide. All glam that I like goes in my glamour dresser anyway, so it's fine. What is it, 800 slots? I think I'm like at halfway. To be fair, there's a lot of things in there that I actually probably don't really care for, and I should probably clean that out at some point, but cross that bridge when I get to it. Yeah, I feel like the armory doesn't get as much use as in comparison to the glamour dresser. Dawntrail dungeon pieces. I'll have to keep that in mind. I can see there being like a want for more room, but also 800 slots, that's a lot. That's a lot of glam, you know? At the end of the day, it comes to like how much armor you like visually. And if there's any that you're realistically gonna use as glam or not. The Vanguard Aerostat. Incendiary Ring. The challenging thing that comes with an MMO that adds so much in terms of new gear all the time, because part of you wants to store it all the time, whether it's in a vault or in a glamour dresser or something. Oh my god, it's the same thing with the vault. in Destiny. We got that pearlescent straps. They're mine. They're my pearlescent straps. Protector. Okay. In the safety inspection chamber. Yeah, a lot of things are stuck on technical limitations and tech issues. Like, it would be a great idea to be like, you should just be able to pull stuff wherever. Same with Destiny. Like, just Destiny has a full collections page, but most of it is useless because it's just for, like, actually checking that you have the thing. You can't actually just pull it from your collections. Some stuff you can, but a lot of things you can't. And if you don't have it anymore, and if it's not in the game to obtain anymore, it's just there as a picture. That's the thing with a lot of games, like Final Fantasy XIV is old by that, technological sense, and so is Destiny. A Realm Reborn and Destiny 1 both coming out in 2014, sort of thing. So different games have different limitations, but it depends what they can do with their engines, What was this again? God, what's the command? CD5. What is it? What's the command again for a 5-second countdown? It's not CD5. That doesn't answer my question. Oh, okay. CD5 with a space. Yeah, imagine a world where Destiny was not built on the Tiger engine, and it'll be a very different world that we're living in. I tell you, very, very different world. That caused so many problems. Oh my. Okay. Turrets and bombardment everywhere. Okay. Restricting enemy movement. Electro-fencing activated. Oh my. Okay. Oh, and you do that as well. Okay. You getting paralysis. That's fun. Put all the fences in weird places. Initiating raise protocol. Motion sensor bomb. Oh my god. Well, what do you mean? I have to move. I have to move. Do we have a limited amount of movement that we can do, maybe? Otherwise you blow up. Bro. Bro. Incredible. I love it because it's it's not impossible to avoid, but I like that there's an element of almost a constant threat like that. This is one of the most active bosses in that sense. It's great. Acceleration bomb, any movement. Oh, any movement when the effect wears off. Oh, gotcha. I see. Hey, look, reading is so good. Reading's so good. It made me think I couldn't move the whole time, or I could only move a little bit. I could move the whole entire time. I'll take the earrings. Damn it all. Power the cross bridge and release the beasts. We can stop them there. An authoritative voice. Alright. That doesn't sound very artificial intelligent guard. That sounds like a person. I feel like I'm walking into the Death Star chamber where they shoot the laser. So we've gone from mechanical enemies to these type of cerulean birds. Everything is so purple. I'm gonna be seeing purple forever. It's getting red. Send in reinforcements. The commander will not tolerate failure. I literally did provoke. Focus on me, turrets. That's just a straight up hoodie. That's just straight up edge runners. That's just edge runners. What the hell? Hey, please let me have that. Oh my god. Yeah. Dude, that's just, what the hell? Woo! That's straight up edge runners. That is so bizarre. So we're getting casual cyberpunk wear in the dungeon. It's so funny because it's like, it's not even gear that looks like these guys. It's just, yep, that's a cyberpunk hoodie. And a pair of sneakers. What type of world is this on the other side? What is it going to be? Some form of fantasy based on reality? Haven't seen a single tank job piece yet outside of a pair of earrings, so let's see how we go. See if I finally get one. It makes Universal Glam does make running the dungeons much less painful. We got a Dancer's Arm. This is my first weapon that I can see. Dancer's version. That's cool. I like that it's got like the similar aesthetic to their weapons. Look at this. It's a person. That looks like a person to me, not a machine. That such a serious breach should be allowed, but it ends now. Ophidian Outrider. Xander the Snake Skinner. Okay. We redeem our honor with your lives. We redeem our honor. Okay. He's got the Horizon Zero Dawn headpiece that Zorulja has. Very interesting. Alright. This is the Yorha command center if it was purple. See how I knew it was CD5? Just needed that space. You truly believe yourself a match for us, the audacity. Xander the Snake Skinner is... what a title. What a title that is. On your knees! Oh, cool. Cool blade. Zorulja will have your head on a pike. Okay. Sorry, I should say Zoralja. I don't know why I say Zorulja sometimes. You still stand impressive. Soulbane Saber. Bro went down like too quick. He's made out of paper. How could you? Enveloped in a gentle light, the pulse of life surges through him. Right. I'm like, he went down so quickly. What's going on? Everyone has that thing. I call on the soul of the serpent, the great devourer. Give me the strength to destroy our enemies. What the fuck? You'll pay for the souls you've made me waste this day. Oh no, that's much worse. What does that mean in terms of the resurrection? Synth Slither. Dude, that's so sick. We haven't questioned what the cost of this resurrection is because we just go, oh, magical resurrection device. But is there a sacrifice involved? None can survive the serpent's art. Well, I guess his name makes sense now. I love that he just has like a sneak move attack. That's so cool. That's level 99 on the Dark Knight 2, baby. Let's go. Okay, so he's like dead that time? Doesn't come back to life with the device and gets exploded. Is that because he transformed? He was more snake than man by the end. Do you get to be resurrected if you remain in your form, but then if you can, like, I don't know, transform? And then you can't revive. That was the most unexpected transformation. Right, let's get moving. And Alice says, now to see what's inside the dome. Vanguard Samurai Blade. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I'll take that. Hey, I got the helm of fending. I was given the helmet. Hey, and they accounted for the cat ears. Oh, cool. Okay. We have a visor difference. I love that. By the way, funniest part about this helmet having the cat ears is look at where the horns are. Look at this. Now, look at where my ears are. Now look at where the helmet is. Now look at where the ears are. How they fucking fit? How they getting there? How they getting there? I like that you can change the visor to be Squid Game or, hey, there's a person under here. Yeah, that can't be comfortable. All right. We have slain our first confirmed person on this side.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yasulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining.
Damn.
To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre.
That's
This
how
cannot be Yasulani, can it?
that's how I'd describe it. Dude. Heritage found. So this has got to be related to the dreams that the giants had. This is maybe some element of what they would have seen or saw in some capacity to go north. What's really curious is we don't know which part of this is, you know, there's some things that we can see that were already here before the purple, but like this tower, was this whole tower here before? Was only a part of it there before, and then this came out of it? Like, where did this fucking thing come from? I got so many questions from this giant purple crazy reactor. Oh my god. Not the home that he remembers. But I'm like, how did this... Okay. Okay. Things to think about, I guess. Dex, thank you so much for tuning in, dude. Thank you for sending the 5 gift subs as well. I appreciate that a lot. Hope you're doing well. The music in this is crazy. Dex, look, see? Get in here. Look, get in here. Get in here. I got a cat. Look. This could be you. This could be you. You could be a Lionel saying short hair, but you're playing. Except you're not playing Final Fantasy XIV. Get over here. We've been playing cowboy. What the hell, man? I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. What's happened here? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This couldn't be a reflection. Could it? This is Yusolani? Yeah, dude, this is another thing that's going to be a really bizarre question point is, this is obviously, yeah, we haven't crossed over into a reflection, because this isn't the gate. But we're in some form of protective Shadow Realm dome or something. Or something. I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. You may now enter the Vanguard with NPCs. Hey, now comes the stressful part. There's gonna come a point maybe in this questline where, I hope not, we'll see how we go. I'm gonna need to spread the XP across my Dark Knight and my Dragoon. We're gonna get to the point where there might be wasted main story XP, and that's gonna upset me if we hit the level cap. Because I do not have a backup. I do not have someone to turn to after this. There's 23 million XP each. I think we'll probably be fine. Because it's like, what, about like 1 million each time? We should be alright. Just spread it across both of the jobs. Dude, that piano. Oh my, that piano. Things keep getting stranger and stranger. The land of Levin. Erenville looks upon Yusolani in disbelief. But don't worry, there's a creamy hot chocolate to be had at the end of it. The land of Levin, okay. We're gonna have Cyberpunk Ramu come out in a sec. Or something. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. Okay. The material's not something we use in Terral. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. But I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location, or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. A look around, indeed. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look around. Alexandrian Axebeak. Alexandrian Axebeak. Guys, we're doing Alexander again. I think, like, Levin is another word for lightning, isn't it? Because Ramu is the lord of Levin, is he not? And so I'm like, we're gonna get Cyberpunk Ramu out here. You're gonna come in and say, what's up? Ramu has returned. Johnny Levenhand. Oh, this is new music too, right? Wow. I'm listening. I'm listening. It did play like this type of I brought up this music when it played the first time, like the electrical vibe, but now I guess we're hearing it properly. Is there there's not a new battle theme though, is there? It'll play the same battle theme because there's only one battle theme per expansion, right? So this will play the other one that doesn't suit the vibe, right? That's why we turn the battle music off. Yeah, that's why we turn the battle music off, so we can have the theme of the area, which I think is better. Not to put even more work on Soken's plate, but one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth was the implementation of zone battle themes. Like just straight up having variants of the environment music switch to a battle version instead of there being one battle theme. Like that was so cool to listen to for the very first time. I'm like, oh, there's a Mako Reactor battle theme, dude. Blew me away. Haven't seen anyone so far. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yusilani, and yet this place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds, the air oversaturated with lightning-aspected ether. This place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. Oh, the end of the song is so cool too. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yusilani Station where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. I feel like people would have gotten taken hostage if there was anyone coming off this train. God, the thunder in the distance, so good. Amidst enormous alien structures, we have more familiar sights like this station. Whoa, new zone just dropped. 69 yards to the west. Very nice. This is a water tower for trains, isn't it? And that's an ether current, baby. What they got down there? Dude, we're in the fucking Thunder Plains. We're in the fucking Thunder Plains. I gotta dodge 200 of these. Another Final Fantasy X reference has hit the 14. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost as if it hasn't been used in decades. Oh, dude. So he hasn't been here since childhood, right? Was it childhood, or that he hasn't been here since he was just very young? This is going to be a crazy homecoming where it's like this element of, oh, I haven't been here in so long. Oh, this wasn't here when I got, this wasn't here. But then also arriving here and realizing that the structures of old are like abandoned. They're not just like there, just in total disrepair as well. This Aetheryte is of Turali design. I'm pretty sure this is Usulani Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. I'm not sure what to make of it either. Like, it's the potential that it could be a reflection. Like they're saying, whoa, it switches to blue. Whoa, it switches to blue. When does it switch to blue? What makes it switch to blue? That's so sick. Weather change? Oh my god, so it's just different variations of like lightning weather? That's so cool. It could be like this reflection, but then everything's so like futuristic. Excuse me. Everything's so futuristic. I'm like, and then this stuff has been abandoned for decades, but it's in the same place. What if instead of like a reflection, we're dealing with some weird like time distortion into the future? Like Endwalker had us doing a form of time travel to the past, where we went to Elpis. What if this is the future laid on top of the present? Or it could simply be a reflection. But it could be our dystopian cyberpunk purple future. The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. And why would people get on the train and go here? What did they have to do? Nothing. People would know if this place had been like abandoned for seemingly decades, right? To get in this state. You find a train turntable, the thick layers of rust, it just hasn't been used in years. Wait, what the hell? What the fuck? Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you to take a look at this. Have you tried knocking on the helmet? It's one of the mechanical soldiers. Long since broken, apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zorulja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? Yeah, this shit old. So all evidence suggests this is Usulani Station. Aye, and I've no doubt we're in Usulani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. Oh, what the... okay. For new structures to deteriorate, and enormous ones to appear in a flash. If I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Oh, that's wild. So, like, when the dome appeared, and they're like, how could these structures have been built? This dome gives them, like, a super speed progression, almost. Like, we came through here and all of this stuff has been built. Not our first instance of time flowing differently either, because that was like that in the first. Is such a thing even possible? We've encountered this phenomenon before, as so it happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects they are similar to one another, but in others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world, while hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Usulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. We're asking a lot of questions. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says this is Usulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Oh, yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. Hey. That's not what we do. That's not what we do here. I sit here and I yap theory for so long, and then I turn the corner and have all of the theory thrown out the window. Just, let me have this. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning. It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions? Can you tell us where we are? God, that slow movement. Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Ay. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. It's too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Dude, what is going on? Hey, the map doesn't lie. It says we're in East Usulani. We're there. There's shit going on down there. That's where we gotta go. Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. A closer look at the lightning rod. What do we call this? Kafa Hiloa. Trying to think about the Kaf Kiwa name, how I can apply that to this. Kaf Hiloa or something. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear etchings. Rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Ishtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Nice. Link pearl communication is still a thing. So they've essentially... We're doing lightning power. And is this his old village? Because, yep. Keyword old. This is Erenville's village? No sign of anyone. Let's stay vigilant. Oh, Erenville. What in the world? What in the world indeed?
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
White lady jump scare.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria.
Ooh.
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Whoa! It's playing Final Fantasy IX music. What the fuck are we doing?
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Where's Vivi? Dude, what the fuck?
Then you're both behind the attack on Tulihiola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shitona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
She's still in battle stance.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tulihyolal?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zeralja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolal.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
She's so pretty, it's unreal. It's like literally such an interesting design of like futuristic blended with this almost classical royalty. It's such a cool outfit. Weird blend. I love it. There is a lot going on in here right now. We'll talk about it after I get through this. Because like, hello, what were you doing in Tuliyola watching the shit take place? Like that's pretty fucking far from here. You know? How'd you get there? What did he take you? Did the king take his queen on a little trip to Tuliyola? Oh, honey, let's go to Tuliyola. I got a father to kill. So that she is the voice. When we saw her, I was wondering, because I'm like, she's randomly just there and she looks so out of place. I'm like, is that the voice that we heard on the other side of the gate? Seems like it. Just she spoke to the worst guy possible, Zeralja. Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking out on her lonesome?
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
Yeah, you might be right about that. That's one thing you're right about. My first thought when I heard her name, when she said Queen Sphene, is I was like, that sounds so familiar. Did we get Queen Sphene mentioned earlier in the expansion? But no. Because I'm getting it mixed up with Queen Lean from Chrono Trigger. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm hearing this is rhyming. This is familiar to me. Queen Sphene and Queen Lean. Okay. Let's try and wrap our head around this. So we're at another reflection. It tracks in terms of the sudden appearance of things so heavily in the future that it's like, oh, it's so wild. It's so wild to think about the concept of, hey, let's do Final Fantasy IX, but so far into it's like Alexandria's future type of let's do Final Fantasy IX, but then playing the classic music. Alexandria, when it goes through fucking generations of technological advancement and we reach cyberpunk. That's so funny. Like, do you Just the way that they would do something like that. I'm sorry, people are complaining about there's going to be a Final Fantasy VII crossover. They put Final Fantasy IX in the future in here. in the MMO that's made out of references. Oh my god, that's so wild. While we're at this moment of the revelation that we're apparently in the Kingdom of Alexandria somehow, what I will say to you is, what I'll say to you about it is I played Final Fantasy IX once in 2018, and I regret it, honestly. I do regret it because I played the remaster, I put the speed boost on, and I just kind of like motored my way through the story, and I didn't let it sink in, or I didn't give it enough attention. I didn't give it enough love, that's a regret. I wish I kind of held off on playing it and then I saved it for a playthrough. But as a result, like, I don't remember a whole bunch of it because I've only played it the one time. And yeah, I think putting on the speed boosts, I kind of just like went through things and I was like, all right, I've finally done it. And yeah, I have regrets about that because it was my one and only opportunity, really, to like revisit the PS1 era of Final Fantasy as an adult instead of like playing 7 and 8 as a kid. And it's magic. It was so magical. It was so cool to be playing a PS1 era Final Fantasy. I will say that, like, as an adult. I remember one of my only thoughts being like, God damn, I wish that they made this still. Like, I wish that they chose to make a Final Fantasy game that captured the pre-rendered background style, you know, turn-based combat. And it wasn't, you know, limited by PS1. They could make these beautiful 4K looking pre-rendered backgrounds and just make a smaller scale Final Fantasy game with that sort of not a huge focus on pushing the graphical medium like they love to do in their mainline games, but something that could still capture that style. I actually think we might get it at some point, because we're witnessing like almost a return of the 2D era with kind of like HD 2D games and that sort of style. I think that there will be a time where maybe a PS1 era Final Fantasy game can be made, you know? Pre-rendered backgrounds, turn-based combat and all. Like that sort of same thing. Like imagine the concept of Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 all on one disc, you know? And this massive content and story, because the focus and all of resources aren't being pushed into making the graphics as crazy as possible, you know? Some sort of stylized art direction that would feel timeless, like those games do, you know? It would be amazing. It would be amazing. But yes, Queen Sphene. What an introduction. Very unpredictable. Just based on what it even is. Very unpredictable. I don't think that there's a way that you'd be able to ever see the course of this expansion. Almost at every turn. Which I think is fascinating. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. Well, yeah, I guess. The 8th Umbral Calamity has been added to the Codex. Ooh, the timing. So, a world that maybe had to go through its calamity instead of working towards preventing it. The source has been visited by 7 cataclysmic events known as Umbral Calamities. The first of these was the Calamity of Wind, followed by the calamities of lightning, fire, earth, ice, water, and finally the Calamity of Darkness. While these disasters may seem the logical consequence of conflict or natural phenomena, they could not in truth have occurred without a massive disruption of the ethereal equilibrium of a reflection world. When a reflection's balance shifts drastically towards a single aspect, the heightened elemental energies seep into the source. Much as water flows from higher to lower ground, An influx of fire-aspected ether might cause extended droughts, for example, while ice could result in a widespread drop in temperature. These anomalies become increasingly common until a final great catastrophe breaks down the barrier between the two worlds. In that moment, all the ether which comprises the reflection floods into the source, and the catastrophe swells into a full-fledged umbral calamity. Though it did not take place within our present timeline, the 8th umbral calamity's origin can be traced back to the first, where the power of light was ascendant. Even as the luminous excess bled into the source, the Garlean Empire launched its Black Rose upon the battlefield, and the deadly gas, itself a weapon of light-based nature, was amplified far beyond its expected potency. It spread over a vast area, halting the circulation of ether and killing every living being with which it came into contact. The ether currents themselves were stilled, and the repercussions of this stagnation rippled throughout the environment. The Alliance leaders and scions who had gathered to fight the Imperial armies were slain where they stood. Thus began an age of unending war. Order broke down, violence ran rampant, and all fought in the savage battle for survival. In the midst of civilization's collapse, it was Cid and his Garland Ironworks stalwarts who led the development of an ambitious and far-reaching plan. Founded upon the knowledge they had gleaned in preceding years, the group set out to create a reality in which the 8th umbral calamity never happened, to build a past in which the calamity was prevented, and ensure the fallen heroes survived into the future. The engineers and their collaborators toiled for generations, devoting their lives and the lives of their descendants to bringing in this mad scheme to fruition. Finally, after decades of preparation, they succeeded in transporting the reawoken Crystal Tower backwards through the years and into the world of the First. Many adventures and misadventures later, darkness was restored to the ailing reflection, and the 8th umbral calamity was averted. None who live today bore witness to that tragedy, nor the great effort which went into making this miracle possible. None will ever know who their saviors were, nor the thoughts and fears which drove them. None will ever know if their bleak future was erased by the changing of history, or if it endures in a fork of time's eternal river. Here and now their hopes for the world are evident only in the continued survival of those they gave everything to save. A lot of time travel happening lately on this channel, and talk about it. Just did Quantum Break, just did Chrono Trigger, all with different rules of how time is affected. Some a little more strict, some a little more open to change. With the talk of multiple timelines or forks in the road or all of these sorts of things, because some logic would say that awakening the Crystal Tower and sending it back in time, thus preventing the 8th umbral calamity, thus preventing that future from ever happening, means that in the future the Crystal Tower never gets sent into the past, and then but of course each game has different rules with time travel and how it can be used and affected. And hey, we've just gone and fucked around back to Elpis and done a whole bunch of stuff, so crazy, so crazy. So thinking about the calamities, all of related to these elements, and what are we seeped in right now? A big old element of lightning. But they're saying that the first of these was the calamity of wind, followed by the calamities of lightning. So the source has already had the second umbral calamity being lightning based. There's a lot of lightning element going around right now in this one. Is this like the reflection that we're in? Is this after their second umbral calamity or something? Or like they've found a way to protect themselves from the second umbral calamity and harnessing the lightning power instead? I can't wait for more codex entries. I do love to read them. A royal welcome. Alisei is inclined to keep a close eye on the Queen. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. I think the biggest question is going to end up being like, oh, hey, this used to be my home and now it's all gone, and this is kind of like in the same place, so what's the deal? Has this just replaced the village permanently, temporarily? When this dome goes away, will Ysulani be returned back to normal? So many questions. They got crops. Hey, they got crops. You're gonna be up there, aren't you? Yeah, in Final Fantasy, hey, it's magic. It's magic. Just look at this shit, dude. It's so crazy. You look at that and you're like, Alexandria? God damn. Oh no, my health. So anyway, in regards to what I was saying with Final Fantasy IX and how I've played it the one time, I would really love to, and I will, do a replay of it, and it will be done properly and, you know, with care, and I'll actually put time into things, because like I didn't do any of like the optional stuff, because I was thinking about, you know, I'll just play through the story and then I might play it again one day, and that's your opportunity to go through the extra stuff. So that's probably what I will do. We'll have a Final Fantasy IX replay for sure. Absolutely. Yuppie's Halo. Futuristic crops. But yeah, I would love to play it again properly, and this time on PC. I played it like one of the console ports, but I would love to do it on PC so I can have a couple of mods for upscaling the backgrounds and stuff like that. Absolutely. A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. Have you ever seen such strange contraptions? I wonder what this one is used for. Those brick buildings, I've seen their like before, though I cannot remember where. It's a relief to see people here are well, at least. The innovations of Alexandria are nothing short of extraordinary. Oh, actually, alright, couple of other points. Let me open this back up. Let's take a look here. An influx of fire aspected ether might cause extended droughts, while ice could result in a widespread drop in temperature. You might say that would result in things being like ever cold or something. But I don't read the lore, so what would I know? What would I know? Now, I'm also going to get ahead of myself, and do we think, because this is a queen of Alexandria, do we think that the hair having like a little bit of yellow in it is like, yeah, that's Zidane and Garnet's kid? Well, not kid, but like descendant, like very far down from now. And they all have Zidane's yellow hair on the tips. Well, it wouldn't be a yellow because it's yellow on like darkened hair, so it wouldn't be exactly yellow. But yeah. It would be a darkened yellow. But what do you reckon? She does have text on her back as well. And it says, hee hee hee, E. It does look like you could probably actually make it out, to be quite honest with you. Like, that's a B, that's an O. That's an O, guys. I don't know about you, but that's an O. Yeah, it's Mabenhuth, our kite, blasphemy. He, yup. That's what it says. And then if we look on her chest here, and we're looking at the chest, and just the chest, it says something 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 aid. And that's it. And that's what that says. No, I do not want a translation. Because I'm not, that's information that I just don't think I should have, or the game is not giving me. So I'm not going to do that. Look at her. She's got like weird infinity symbol thing. Weird infinity symbol thing. The design though is genuinely fascinating. It's very cool. It's such a great blend of, you know, like got a little bit of like a corset vibe, and I love the crown. I love the crown, but it's like this mixture of the classic fantasy with futuristic-ness. She got a winged anklet, and we won't ask how it stays on like that, but it's so cool. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tural? They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Turali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. Electro what? Electrope, it's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. So they power their technology with electricity? That's crazy talk. So for the people that were living here, they're like, poof, this is just dropped on top of me. Is this some really strange element of like it being a reflection? I don't know. Like I'm still confused. I'll obviously wait and see. But there's a part of me that's like, are we in a reflection? Has whatever is here been superimposed on top of the Yusalani that we know? Because the locations in the first are different. Like, the locations in the first are different. I think there's some crossover in terms of visuals, right? Like, there's... When you first wake up in Shadowbringers, they're like, referencing the start. But the names are obviously all different. But not here. You got one of them things on your head. Do all of them have those things on their head? They do. That's just what people have. It's not even like, what, for special people? Like if you're a snake skinner or Zorulja, it's like, I work on a farm and I've got one. That's probably like, maybe that's their credentials that that bot was asking about. It's fascinating how they've combined traditional bricklaying with electro-based engineering, a curious blending of two cultures. I'll admit, I've seen nothing particularly suspicious yet. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of this ceaseless gloom, almost. It's a relief to see the people here are well. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone in New Solani. So, Kryl is from Alexandria. This is a Tonawatwan village, or at least it was, before the dome and these strange contraptions. Oh my, dude, it feels...
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
This is where they saved all of the voice acting for them. They said every cutscene from now, voiced.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve, Wuk-Lamat, and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Oh, where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a Tonawatwan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasolani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Pepone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
Decades.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Oh my god, is he 30 years older now? Is that why?
30 years.
Oh my god.
Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
Bro.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Oh my god. So, like, dude gets granted this, and then the thing that kind of blows me away is he's, like, got this thing where he's like, oh, I'm surprised you're still alive. So he's, like, not aware of the fact that there is a time discrepancy. But then he's been in there for 30 years? So what, did he think he was doing 30 years of preparation to then come and lay siege to Tuliolal? Or what? Hey, you know what's funny? You know what's funny to say now? When we're like, there's no sense of urgency in there, you know, when the comment comes up about, you know, we're not rushing to go there and we're building the train. And we're like, it's taking a little too long. I'm like, hey, that guy's had 30 years. I think an extra couple of days, he's gonna be just fine. 30 years of army making. But they love the Queen. They go, Queen, amazing. We love the Queen and she loves us. What are your guys' thoughts on the King? Does he just keep to himself? Have you seen him? I have so many questions. I wonder how much time passes for each day. Because, like, how many days has it been since the dome appeared? Is it like every day is a decade? So does that mean Zoralja's been waiting another decade in here? It's like, for us to come through? I have questions about the time. It's all wobbly. It's all wobbly. piece of another reflection, or do you suppose time is still passing faster in here? Because the dome appeared and then the attack happened, so he'd still been in the gate for a while. This is a piece of another reflection?
I cannot say for certain, but I strongly suspect that to be the case. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I find that that dude's voice is like more hard to deal with than the rest of them.
Say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Yeah, it's very generic guy voice, isn't it? But it's like, even somehow, like, more American than the previous area. Which is wild. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. We went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandria. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Crazy. Okay. A day in the life, they say. This is where I'm going to take my first break of the stream as we soak this in. So I will be right back a moment, and then we can continue. I'm back. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry it's gone longer than usual. I had one of my packages stolen, I think. So I was like trying to look for it, which is a bit unfortunate. So I was waylaid. Longer than I thought. I don't think it was like anything serious, but it was like, looks like someone went through my mailbox. And I'm like, hey, that's not yours. That's not your mailbox, pal. I don't think there's any letters in there for you. Well, that sucks. But we'll get back on with it. Yeah, a little bit, but like, I'm not gonna let that, I'm not gonna let that get me. I'll figure it out later. Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not how I expected to spend my day. Not how I expected to spend mine either. A day in the life. Let's get a tour, shall we? Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. UP's Halo, it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to UP's Halo. Yup, yee! I should have tuned to that, shouldn't I? That big old crystal. Forecast terminal. Thank you for accessing the forecast terminal. Acquiring meteorological data. Whoa, look, you can see the fog. The fog that's nowhere except here. Just all clouds and fog. Umbral static. That's right, he notices the forecast terminal. He notices the weather for the first time because it's a weird technological bird. Here we are. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from the workers here. What do you suppose they keep inside this building? I guess we'll find out. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sveen, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's all right. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking a part in the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sveen company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point, but be sure to not let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wooklemart's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. Let us speak with the farmhands. Yeah, there's a favorite emote in there. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You should know about my job. I tend to the fields mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. They're farming now. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then. Well, this is the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I am presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at UP's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy. But I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. And that's farming, baby. Getting introduced to the farming. It's a revolutionary concept. Look at them butternut pumpkins. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers? Let us return to Mahusa. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? Electrope is quite impressive. So it was the electrope that caught your eye. That's only natural, I suppose, if you come from a place without it. Still, you only seem mildly impressed. This leads me to believe you have experience with even more marvelous technology. I'd love to hear your tales one day. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamati? Whoa, calling her by Lamati. What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines can be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We could take care of it if you like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliolao. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Omega is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well. I gratefully accept, but please take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for the lightning charge fiends on our own. Good hunting. It is very interesting to arrive here expecting some form of war. Like we bombed the wall, charged in through their, I guess, encampment on the front lines. Going through that dungeon, killing a guy that became a snake. And then you get here and it's like, the queen is like, welcome, it's Alexandria, it's actually Final Fantasy IX. And then there's farmers. And I'm like, are we in trouble? Is there an army around? So far, I saw one soldier walk by when we were in that town. Like one soldier walks by in the background, which I think was intentional. Is there no response from the army for us busting in and hanging out here? It's a little bit strange. And I guess that's the element of me that will be a little bit untrustworthy of the situation. Are we being lulled into a false sense of security? Ah, yeah. That chocobo that I have, that I always forget that is here. My chocobo companion. You're not gonna let me slip through there, are ya? No. Denied. Now that we're in Alexandria, I'm gonna have to go to an inn room. I'm gonna have to change my clothes. We're gonna have to fit in with the Alexandrian aesthetic. So time to put on the Zidane outfit. And time to summon the Zidane minion. We go, ah, here you are. You don't need a reason. That guy. We're literally talking about the Final Fantasy IX remake earlier in the stream. That's so stupid. Reading minions' dialogue to then look over and hover over some Final Fantasy characters. Zidane's minion prompting us to make a joke about Final Fantasy IX remake. And now we're here. Life is so strange. Ah, you're both alright. Thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed. With this, we won't have to ask Zorulja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. Well, there's a little bit there, at least. That's enough, Mahusa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never fail to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family. All of you. Seems too convenient. You seem too nice. You seem a good sort, Sphene, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. Ha! For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Okay. On the Cloud is the next quest. That is going to be where we bring today's stream to an end, though. Entering Alexandria and a new realm. I think this is probably a good point to leave it for now before we dive into more. But this was a really massive revelation. A Final Fantasy XIV revelation, if you will. But genuinely so cool. I'm excited to explore more of our weird Final Fantasy X Thunder Plains mixed in with Final Fantasy IX's future cyberpunk Alexandria. But just, yeah, absolutely unreal for that to be where we are and that to be what we're doing. Not sure if we can trust the Queen yet or where we're going to end up in regards to our guy here. The King. They don't seem to have the best opinion of him. So we'll just have to wait and see how that develops. But thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed your time. I certainly did. Hopefully we get another dungeon. But we'll see. Nobody should have this on their bingo card. It was crazy. But I had a great time with you all. I hope you liked the stream today, and I will see you in a few days' time. We'll probably be doing this one on my Monday. Everything should work out just fine next week. Sentences you couldn't come up with even with the craziest shrooms. Exactly. Thanks so much for watching, everybody, and I will see you next week.